If everyone would take a seat, we're going to get started. Is it on? Good morning and welcome to the Henry County Board of Commissioners, 9 a.m. Tuesday, August 1st, 2023, regular scheduled board meeting. We're going to begin our meeting with the invocation from Pastor Leonard Hines from the Henry County Fire Rescue, and he's going to also lead us into the Pledge of Allegiance. So if I could have everyone to stand.
Good morning. Let's pray. Our Father, we come to Thee on this first day of August 2023 that You'd have allowed us to see. Lord, there's much to be dealt with, much to be considered, and so we invite Thee into the midst of this meeting to lead in that. May our hearts be in tune with You, and may You lead and guide us in the proper path and be a lamp indeed unto our feet. We thank You for that. And Lord, we ask Your blessings on this great county, all the workers that labor in the vineyard. Lord, we lift them up to You often, but we need Your love and care in their lives and the lives of their family. So bless in this meeting, we ask in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
I'd like to call our meeting to order. We're going to begin with a proclamation presented to a World War II veteran, Mr. Johnny C. Mosley, Sr., for his service and his 100th birthday.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I have a proclamation for you celebrating Johnny C. Mosley Sr. upon the occasion of his 100th birthday. Whereas August 31st, 2023 marks a very special occasion as Mr. Johnny C. Mosley Sr., Hampton resident and World War II veteran, will be celebrating his 100th birthday, reaching a remarkable milestone. And whereas Mr. Johnny C. Mosley Sr. was born in Colquitt, Georgia on August 31st, 1923, and his service with the military began in 1943 when he went off to serve in the U.S. Army as a longshoresman and cargo checker. And whereas Mr. Mosley was inducted into the United States Army at Camp Blanding, Florida, and after completing basic training, he was shipped overseas to the South Pacific in New Caledonia and served as a private first class and was responsible for ensuring the handling and disbursement of military supplies and equipment. And whereas while serving honorably for his country, Mr. Mosley was recognized for his service with commendations and citations, including the Asiatic Pacific Campaign Service Medal, the Good Conduct Medal, and the World War II Victory Medal. Additionally, he received marksmanship badges for his excellent in rifle skills. And whereas, following his honorable discharge from the United States Army in 1946, he returned to Miami, Florida, where he and his wife would raise 9 children and where he embarked on a career as a concrete materials transporter until his retirement in 1985. And whereas Mr. Mosley is a proud member of a distinguished group of veterans, as he is one of only 248 World War II veterans estimated to be living in Henry County. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Henry County Board of Commissioners offers its sincerest appreciation for his military service and wishes Mr. Mosley a very happy birthday and continued good health, and encourages the entire Henry County community to join in celebrating this esteemed World War II veteran and outstanding American. Happy birthday, Mr. Mosley. Thank you for your service.
So I understand that we're to do some pictures, so if you all could give us directions as to what we need to do.
If we can get Mr. Mosley a picture with the board, then can we get a family picture with the board as well?
And I also want to congratulate the Mosleys. They'll be celebrating 77 years of marriage on this Wednesday. don't know if nobody could put up with me that long, but okay. Okay, next item on the agenda is the millage rate public hearing, 2023-2024 millage rate presentation. Bonita Campbell, Budget Director, and Michael Harris, Henry County Tax Commissioner.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and Henry County community. My name is Bonita Campbell. I'm the Budget Director for Henry County. Today, I will provide the board and the citizens with a brief summary of some FY 2024 budget highlights. Once I conclude, I will turn it over to the Tax Commissioner, Mr. Michael Harris, who will then take you through the 2023 millage rate discussion. Executive summary. The FY 2024 adopted general fund budget is $232 million, which is a 7% or $15.1 million increase year over year. Items of note for the FY 2024 budget: the adopted budget was based on the current millage rate of 12.733 mills. Only current projected revenues are being used to pay for current projected expenditures. Fund balance was not used to balance the budget. Some of the major items funded in this year's general fund budget was the class and comp implementation for county employees, judicial supplement increases, and countywide contract increases ranging from technological, medical, and professional services increases. The FY 2024 budget was based on expected property tax digest growth of approximately 14%. 86% of the growth is due to inflationary growth, while 14% is due to real housing inventory growth. At this time, I will yield to the Tax Commissioner, Mr. Harris, who will now take you through the millage rate discussions for FY 2023.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, board members once again. Today represents the third of three required board hearings in reference to the millage discussion. Go things fairly quickly and be able to address any questions that you may have at the tail end. Quickly, just kind of going through what the millage rate actually is. It's quite simply a tax rate that's used to calculate our local property taxes. The rate represents the amount a homeowner has to pay for every $1,000 of a property's assessed value. The assessed value includes both the structure itself, the house, as well as the land in which it sits. Property values is made up of two components. Fair market value is determined by the tax assessor's office. They go through a process of assessing property every year and come up with a fair market value. Late April, early May of every year, they send out an assessment notice to every homeowner, letting them know what their property's been assessed at for that current tax year. And taxpayers have 45 days if they wish to appeal that assessment notice. The assessed value is actually calculated by simply multiplying your fair market value by 40%, and that's where your taxes are generated from. Once again, the county is proposing to stand pat at the 12.733 millage rate. Ran a quick example just indicating what a homesteaded property, the county tax on a homesteaded property versus a non-homesteaded property would look like. For a homesteaded property with a market value of $300,000, again, quite simply, $300,000 times 40% gives you $120,000, which becomes your assessed value. That assessed value, again, for a homesteaded property, you subtract off the $15,000 for your standard L1 exemption, leaving you a taxable value of $105,000. That 105 times your millage rate of 0.012733, your millage rate, would yield a county tax of $1,336. Again, based on the standard L1 exemption. Same example with a non-homesteaded property, again, someone who has not yet filed for homestead. Same fair market value of $300,000, same assessed value of $120,000. However, in this case, the $15,000 exemption amount is not applied because they do not have homestead. Therefore, your county tax rate is calculated by the 120 times your millage rate of .0127333 to yield a county tax of $1,527, a difference of about $191. So again, even in simplest terms, that's your tangible difference between being homesteaded and non-homesteaded. This year, having your homestead has a much greater implication. I'll explain that in just a moment. People often ask, what happens if my tax bill goes up? If my property value goes up, rather, and the millage rate remains the same, which has been the scenario that the county has looked at for the last several years. Property value increases from $300,000 to $360,000, a 20% increase. Again, that $360 times your 40% would give you $144,000 assessed value. That $144,000 times your millage rate would yield a county tax of $1,833 for a non-homesteaded property. Excuse me. That's an increase of $305 on non-homesteaded property year over year for that, representing that 20% increase in valuation. Homesteaded property would not see an increase in county taxes due to the frozen exemption if the base year's value is less than the current assessed year's value. The frozen exemption does not, however, apply to school taxes, property improvements made to the house, or additional land that's been acquired. Frozen exemption, what is it? It was enacted by local legislation back in 2004. As everyone remembers, back in 2004, the county was seeing unprecedented growth and valuations were skyrocketing. I think we're number 6 in the nation as far as growth. And because of that, the local board opted to go forward with local legislation to freeze their property taxes to kind of as an assistance for a lot of our senior citizens. It includes only the primary residence up to 5 contiguous acres of land. The base year value is the fair market value of your home from the year prior to filing for the homestead. So if you were to apply today for the 2024 exemption, your base year would be 2023. The exemption is automatically renewed year to year as long as a resident continues to occupy the home as their primary residence, and homeowner pays for the base year of the county's base year value for the county and water portions of the tax bill, even if the value increases beyond the base year. If the property value decreases beyond the base year, the owner would pay the lower amount. So there is no penalty for being in this, for having this home frozen exemption in place. Just want to run through a quick example because we often get, people often ask. It's a fairly complex process of trying to understand frozen. So we try to run through just a quick example showing an actual tax bill. This is one from 2020. I wanted to highlight a couple areas. The adjusted fair market value, $178,000. The exemptions at that time were $25,000, and you had a net tax amount of $400 and a taxable value of $45,000 in your 2020 bill. Fast forward to 2021, the fair market value has increased to $198,000, and your exemptions have also increased because, again, in order to get your taxable value, it's simply a adjusted fair market or assessed value minus your exemptions. That gives you the same exact fair taxable value as you had in your 2021 bill, which yields the same tax amount. 2022 bill, once again, your adjustment fair market value has gone up again, which means your net assessment has gone up, but your exemptions have gone up to offset that increase in value on your county tax side. So your taxable value, again, remains at $45,000. And again, your net tax here in the county tax remains at $400. Just going back, you'll see that back to the 2021 bill, those same taxable values on your school bond, school M&O, maintenance and operations and bond, went from $67,000 to $75,000 to $88,000. So again, that just indicates that the frozen provision is not, it only applies to the county portion of your tax bill.
So Commissioner Harris,
yes.
If you go back to the 2020 tax bill, as you look at the net tax amount on the 2020 tax bill, 2021 tax bill, and 2022 tax bill, the county portion stays at the same, at the $433.
That's correct.
But the school board taxes increase every year, and that's where a lot of homeowners are seeing the increase in their taxes, is the millage rate that the school board charges, correct?
That's correct. Their millage, similar to the county, their millage has been fixed at 20 mills for probably 10 plus years now. However, with the values going up, that increases their their rate. They do not have while they do not have the frozen provision in place, they do offer exemptions based on age, beginning at age 62. So that's
So our taxes are remaining the same under the frozen homestead exemption.
That's correct. Even with the increase in valuation, if you have your property is homesteaded, because the county has opted to keep their millage rate at that same 12.733 rate, for those people who already have homesteaded properties, they should not see they will not see an increase in their county taxes. Make that clear. Again,
Let me ask one other question. Yeah. With the frozen homestead exemption, how much are we losing from the county perspective by having a frozen homestead?
So it's been estimated by our tax assessor, Mr. John Self, that value, that difference in tax revenue loss for the county is roughly $32 million. So it's $32 million for Henry County citizens and $32 million less in tax revenue that the county government would otherwise have been receiving.
Okay, thank you.
Some of the other exemptions, again, as stated, beginning at age 62, the school does begin an exemption process where a portion of your assessed value is decreased at age 62 by $20,000, age 65 by $80,000, at age 66, $120,000 is deducted from your assessed value, and by age 70, you are no longer paying any school taxes. Additional exemptions exist for disability exemptions, veteran exemptions, surviving spouse, conservation, freeport, and forest land. Where do the tax dollars go? Again, this chart has remained fairly static for the last several years as well, but given that both the county and the school has retained the same millage rate for several years. Out of 100% of your tax dollars, 50% is school maintenance and operations, another 8% is the school bond, so about 59% of your taxes go to the schools, 37% come to the county government, and the remaining 5% makes up the water authority. There are $2 million on the water bond. The digest process itself, collaborative process. We work hand in hand with a number of different entities, beginning with the tax assessor's office, John Self, Cooper, and Barbara, and his staff. They do a phenomenal job every year of making sure we're able to meet all of our deadlines. They go through the process of assessing property every year and begin the process of beginning work on the digest to compile the digest numbers. From there, Lynn Carty, a deputy tax commissioner, she takes over, her and her team, and they begin working to review the numbers, input the information into our software to make sure that the system is working and running and the numbers are running accurately. From there, we work again with the Board of Education, the Board of Commissioners. They set their budgets and they come back in and they adopt their millage to make sure that they're meeting their budgetary needs and requirements. And we're also working with the cities of Stockbridge, McDonough, Hampton, and Locust Grove. This year saw Stockbridge adopt their first millage in several years. McDonough's had one in place for a number of years, and the city of Hampton adopted theirs, a new millage last year. The city of Locust Grove is right now the remaining city that does not have a city tax. Once all the information has been compiled, checked, and rechecked, it's sent over to the Department of Revenue for their final approval, and they give us a okay to move forward. The tax digest itself, when people hear the word tax digest, they often ask, what does that mean? It's simply a listing of assessments and exemptions, real and personal property, timber, mobile homes, motor vehicles, heavy-duty equipment, utilities, and the like. Digest must be approved by the state revenue before the bills can be mailed out. Bills must be mailed out 60 days prior to the due date. Our due date is November 16th. Therefore, bills must be received or mailed out prior to September 16th. So we begin at that November 16th date, begin working backwards. So right now we are on track. Upon adoption by the Board of Commissioners, our last adoption, we've gotten the adoption from the cities as well as the Board of Education. This is the last remaining one. Upon finalization here today, we will be able to begin the process of going through, running, compiling the remainder of the information and submitting that to the state for approval. Once we receive approval from the state, then we can begin the process of working with our printers. They start generating our test stock to make sure we go through the process of checking we go through sampling and checking all the bills to make sure that they're computing accurately. And once we've gone through that process, it takes about a week, then we can look at actually mailing them out. We're anticipating August 22nd, 23rd. So certainly by the 1st of September, everyone should have their bills in hand. Just real quick, to run through the millage rates from this year and last year. You'll see the county-wide millage rate that applies to everyone. It was reduced this year to 8.055 by the county. Subsequently, they simply distributed the 12.733 mills a little bit differently. As you see, it's still, we're unincorporated Henry County, 12.733. That distribution has changed a little bit. Fire, the millage rate for fire has increased slightly, as is for police. For rec and unincorporated area, other services has gone down slightly. But because the county opted to reduce their county-wide millage rate, it's had an impact on some of the other cities in that you'll notice the millage rate, again, last year for unincorporated areas, 38.361, same as it was in 2022. Stockbridge is different because, again, they adopted a new millage rate this year, but from the city of McDonough, last year was 37.961. This year it's reduced to 37.14. Same with city of Hampton from 40.639 to 40.4, and Locust Grove from 36.139 to 35.903. So the county making the decision to redistribute some of the county-wide millage rates had a positive impact on some of the cities as well. The 2022 sample tax bill, I want to give that show this and to give context to our new tax bill, which is a little bit more information, and it also includes a statement here in reference to the homestead tax relief grant, and that'll be showed and reflected as a line item on your tax bill, and also be a statement out here, kind of give an explanation behind it, and again, some other additional information that we include on the backside of our tax bills now.
So, Commissioner Harris, that is the relief, that's the property tax relief that Governor Kemp passed that will be a 500 or so plus deduction, or
That's correct.
Subtracted from residents' tax bills?
That's correct. So the state had a windfall of about $930 million this year. So the governor and the state legislature opted to take those funds and distribute them back to residents within the state. They're doing that through this homestead tax relief grant program. But however, it should be noticed that it'll only apply to those people who have homestead on their properties. Again, so this year, having homestead has an additional benefit of about $500, what we calculate. And the way they're doing it is it's an $18,000 reduction on the assessed value of the properties. But again, that'll only apply to, it doesn't apply to bonds or tax allocation districts or special service districts for our police fire that we designated beginning back in 2019. So for us, it applied to the school maintenance and operation, their 20 mills, as well as the county 12.73 or 8.055 mills for general fund. And the cities, for those cities that have a city millage, it also applied to that. So we anticipate of a savings, and it'll be shown as a credit on your tax bill of roughly about $500. So again, having homestead this year has an added benefit of being able to utilize this property tax credit as well. Again, we've had our first two public hearings, July 25th at 10 and 6. Today represents our third public hearing at 9, and upon completion of this public hearing, we'll be asking for a vote on the adoption of the millage rate. Happy to address any questions or take any comments you may have. That is it.
Okay. Ms. Campbell, could you come back up? I just had a couple of questions with regards to county budget. So 60% of our budget goes to public safety and parks and rec,
Yes, ma'am.
and then the other 40% goes to administration, DOT, court services, and other departments. Is that how it's split up?
Yes, ma'am.
So the majority of our budget is for public safety.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay, thank you. Any commissioners have any other questions or comments?
I have a
Oh,
question
yes.
for Michael, please. Michael, you mentioned about the tax relief that's offered by the school board. Can you please just tell them where to file that paperwork? Is it online? How do our seniors file for that tax relief?
So as of a year and a half ago, we have put that process online. You can file either at my office, either in the Stockbridge office, or our office here in McDonough, or at the tax assessor's office as well. Or you can go on our website, scan the QR code, go to our website, and you can download an application, and it'll give you the information that's needed. If you already have your homestead in place, All you need to do, you do have to reapply at age 62. That's one thing we always want to stress. Sometimes people think it automatically rolls over. The age exemption begins at age 62. You have to come in, so long as you're 62 on January 1st, for that tax year, you can come in and you can apply for your age exemption. Once you apply at age 62, it automatically updates for age 65, 68, and 70. So you do have to apply that one additional time for your age exemption beginning at age 62. And again, our office or our website, either one.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to come and speak at the public hearing has 3 minutes. If you come up and state your name, you have 3 minutes. Okay, so since we can move on, Stephanie? Okay. So I'd like to call for a motion for the adoption of the millage rate remaining the same of the 12.733.
So moved.
Got a motion, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Motion carries. Thank you, Commissioner Harris. Next item on the agenda is a presentation of the I-75 Vehicle Lane Traffic Impact Study findings. If we could have Sam Baker, our Transportation Planning Director.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Henry County Board of Commissioners. Georgia Department of Transportation is in the planning to construct 2 barrier-separated commercial vehicle lanes or truck-only lanes from north of Macon up to exit 216 at State Route 155 in McDonough. Concerns were raised what the impact of the commercial vehicle lanes would be in central Henry County, where the truck-only lanes would come to an end and the trucks would merge into the general purpose lanes. So the Henry County Board of Commissioners last year authorized staff to conduct a traffic impact study. We hired Croy Engineering LLC to conduct this study for us. The traffic impact study has been completed, and the consultant has some study findings and recommendations to present to you. I have with me Ms. Amy Turner with Croy Engineering. She has been the project manager for this study. I will ask Ms. Turner to present the study findings and any recommendations she may have for the board. Ms. Turner.
Thanks, Sam. Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Commissioners. My name is Amy Turner. I am the Traffic Engineering Department Manager at Croy Engineering, and we were tasked with completing a traffic impact study for the I-75 Commercial Vehicle Lanes project within the Henry County jurisdiction, just to understand better what those impacts would be with this project being proposed by GDOT. So really quickly, I just wanted to hit a couple of high notes of the objectives, what the actual CVL project is, the project limits, and what we were able to assess with our traffic impact study. So as Sam mentioned, there was a concern about the commercial vehicles lanes project ending in Henry County near State Route 155 and what that impact would be on traffic in the general purpose lanes. Also, we wanted to conduct an independent assessment for this commercial vehicle lanes project. GDOT, they are in the concept phase for this study. They've completed a concept report. They completed a full traffic engineering analysis for the section from Macon up to Henry County, but we wanted to do a more detailed deep dive for the section within Henry County. In addition to that, we also prepared 3 traffic simulation models for this area. So we wanted to understand what the traffic impacts would be without the CVL coming online, with it coming online as proposed, and then a third scenario, which would be extending the CVL up to I-675 and what those impacts would be. Just quickly, the commercial vehicle lanes project, this is a part of GDOT's MMIP project. That is their major mobility improvement program. And this is one of the 6 or 7 projects that are currently under design or in construction, similar to the express lanes that are currently on 75 in this area, as well as on I-75 North up in Cobb County as well. So this project, it will be a construction of 2 barrier-separated commercial vehicles lanes. So these will only be for commercial vehicle trucks. They can enter and exit these lanes in the northbound direction from the Macon area near 475 up into the McDonough area. Once it arrives to State Route 155 area, it becomes a auxiliary lane, and that extends up to State Route 20. And in addition to those commercial vehicle lanes, they also propose adding an auxiliary lane from 155 up to State Route 20 and a couple of other improvements as well. We're not going to play the video today in the interest of time, but you can, if you do a quick search on Google or GDOT's website, they do have a full rendering of the full project from Macon up to 675, so it'll help you contextualize what those commercial vehicle lanes will do. And the purpose of this project is to improve travel time reliability for commercial vehicle trucks coming out of the port in Savannah, as well as improve safety and operations for the general purpose cars. So by removing commercial vehicles from the general purpose lanes, it's able to reduce crash experience, improve travel time, and improve safety as well. And here are just some of the, again, they are in the concept design phase. So this shows near the Bethlehem Road bridge where it comes back into the main general purpose lanes, and it goes up to 155. It continues that auxiliary lane past State Route 155, and it goes up to State Route 20, which is currently a DDI, or a diversion diamond interchange, and that's where the project terminates. In addition to that, we also looked at what are some of the other projects that are currently happening in the area. As you all are well aware of, this area is a industrial and manufacturing hub, and there's a lot of projects that are either coming through the Henry County, through the Comprehensive Transportation Plan, or GDOT. Most notably, the Diversion Diamond Interchange at State Route 20 that was recently open to traffic. There's also in the concept development phase for the Bethlehem Road Interchange, which will be a new interchange south of State Route 155. They are also in the concept phase for the widening of State Route 155 to a 4-lane road to relieve congestion as well. There are a couple of other DRIs that are either in the design phase or currently doing their own traffic impact studies in the area. All of these 4 or 5 that we identify are industrial sites, and those were included in our analysis to better understand what those impacts would be for the overall assessment. Additionally, we did a land use assessment, so we looked at what the existing land uses are in the area, what's projected to happen based on a comprehensive plan, and what type of recommendations we recommended for that as well. So one of the main recommendations is encouraging land use strategies and policies to encourage a balance between non-residential land uses and the opportunity to create public spaces in realms of mixed use, and also for those condensed areas with a lot of industrial land uses, considering an additional overlay district to the Henry County ULDC to incentivize the growth around the proposed Bethlehem Road interchange area. Just quickly, I wanted to highlight our findings of our analysis. As I mentioned, we looked at 3 different traffic simulation scenarios with what the traffic would be like if we did not construct the CVL project, what it would be like if it was constructed as planned, and then what it would be like if it was extended. And these are some of the highlights. Essentially, what we were able to find using our travel demand model and the simulation modeling, that When you compare the existing traffic conditions and projected those to 2030, the no bill versus the bill as proposed, it does provide a benefit for the Henry County area. In addition to the full network, the overall corridor speed and travel time was reduced. It also, for particularly in this area with the additional auxiliary lane, it provided a merge point for the traffic exiting the commercial vehicles lanes to smoothly make their transition back into the general purpose lanes. When we compared the no bill versus extended up to 675, we found that the travel time was reduced even greater. So with that extension, if they were to extend it up to 675, the results of the analysis showed that it would improve travel time even greater than where they're proposing to end it right now around State Route 155. So with that, and I also wanted to mention throughout the process, we had a project management team, and that consisted of Sam and as well as other key staff members. And then we also had GDOT on the project management team, their planning group, and the project managers and their consultants for the CVL project. So throughout the process, while we were completing the analysis, they were able to provide input, provide data sources, and then as we presented the findings to them, they were able to give us feedback in real time. So based on that, we completed the independent assessment, and it showed that the CVL project did in fact provide a benefit for the overall network on I-75 from 475 up to the McDonough area and beyond. And then it did not adversely impact traffic in the Henry County area. As I mentioned, with the design that they're currently proposing with that auxiliary lane, that does add capacity. So there is no choke point or bottleneck that's going to occur as those commercial vehicle lanes come back online. And that is the conclusion of our study. And as I mentioned, we had our final meeting with GDOT. They were satisfied with our analysis, our methodology, and they are currently in the process of reviewing the study, and they are open to further discussions about adding that extension project to the MMIP project, the MMIP program in the future, and what that would look like as far as, future funding and programming that into their current program. So that is all I have. If you all have any questions, we appreciate at CROI the opportunity to work with y'all to provide this analysis.
Okay. So I do just want to have some clarification. Mm-hmm. This is a GDOT project, correct?
The commercial vehicle lanes, yes.
Commercial vehicle lane is a GDOT. There's some misinformation that it's a county project.
No.
And so this is a GDOT project, which Henry County has no authority over. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But, any other commissioners have any questions or comments? Commissioner Lewis.
Yeah, good morning. Once again, thank you for the presentation. I did have a question. Now, did you just state that extending this, or even if it just goes to Bethlehem, that it does not create a choke point once the commercial vehicle lanes stop and they are reintroduced into the general lanes? That is what the study is saying?
Yes. So they never come to a complete stop. So the way it happens, south of Bethlehem Road after Bill Gardner, it goes down from the 2 commercial vehicles lanes into the 1, and then it goes directly into auxiliary lane, and that extends all the way up to 155, and then past 155 there's a new auxiliary lane that they're going to construct to State Route 20. So they're not at that point merging over, they're going into their own dedicated auxiliary lane as they're able to merge between Bethlehem up to 155. So they have about 3 miles to complete that merge, so it removes that opportunity for it prevents that choke point happening.
I just find that hard to believe, because if you have 6 lanes, you merge down to 4 at some point. At some point, there's going to be a choke point. We're just lengthening the time for them to be able to merge. Is that what you're saying? Because if it stops at Bethlehem, or let's just say we go up to 675, so the auxiliary lane would go all the way up to 675, where 675 and 75 split. Is that correct?
No, not the auxiliary lane, the commercial vehicles
Commercial
lane.
lane.
So those would extend up, and then the way we simulated the model would be that it would split at 675, and then a lane would continue up to just north of Highway 138 on the 75 side, and then one would continue up to Highway 138 on the 675 side. And yeah, it is understandable when you're coming down from a lane what those merge points would be like based on the projections. And we did check their travel demand model. We created our own, and then based on the volumes that are projected to be in the commercial vehicle lanes, there is enough capacity to handle that merge in that section that with the auxiliary lane they're proposing.
And that's only if we maintain the current level of industrial projects that we have in the county. That's not.
Yes,
Is that projected with new growth?
Yes. So what the travel demand model does, it includes proposed DRIs, and then in addition to that, there's the annual growth rate that is used for traffic in general. So that's so they have a projection rate for just the general traffic, and then you can include DRIs and developments of regional impact and different things like that. So it's taking into account what the projected growth will be. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner England.
So I just want to make sure I understood, because I was reading something at the bottom. If we do that additional lanes from 155 up to 675, if we're able to do that, the projected date looked at on there is 2050. Is that correct? Is that what y'all would?
So that's the design year. So the way we complete traffic studies is that we have the open traffic year, which is projected to be 2030. So that was our baseline when we were comparing no bill versus the extension, because that's when they're proposing that the CVL will be open to traffic. And then for the analysis periods, they do a 20-year horizon. So they want to understand what traffic will be like for the full life of the project, so to say, which is a 20-year horizon. And so that's what that 2050 represents. It's just the bill year plus 20. So the current projected bill year for the CVL project is 2030.
Okay, and then one question to piggyback off Commissioner Lewis is, you mentioned y'all did projections for commercial traffic and growth in the future. Mm-hmm. My question is really, once you have dedicated truck lanes that are going to be coming from essentially Macon here and then Port, because I spend a lot of time on 16, and I'm a business, industrial, and I have dedicated lanes, now all of a sudden I have a direct pipeline of where I need to go. Mm-hmm. Did y'all look at maybe even increased growth on top of that? Because if I'm coming to Port in Savannah, Charleston, Brunswick, I all of a sudden see that as a gold mine of getting my stuff further up closer to Atlanta with accelerated growth rates.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, so in the original traffic engineering report that GDOT completed with their consultant firm, they did a traffic forecasting methodology. So with widenings, with any capacity adding projects, there is a latent demand that they take into account on top of regular growth. So the latent demand is if you add capacity, more people will come, so it'll fill up. So they did take into account with that growth, there'll be an additional bump on top of that annual growth rate. It's all looking into a crystal ball. You don't really know for sure how that growth is going to occur, but they do their best to try to take that into account when they're doing the simulation models and travel demand models.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So they use a methodology and a formula.
Yes.
In calculating this. Okay. Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you for your presentation. It's very detailed. Thank you very much. My question is, and I couldn't tell from the model that you put up there, will there be a non-crossover barrier between the commercial truck lanes and the general public lanes?
Yes. So from 475 up to just south of Bethlehem Road, it will be barrier separated. So there's going to be points where it crosses over bridges, under bridges, but for that full extent from 475 up to this area, it will be barrier separated. They only enter back into the general purpose lanes via that new auxiliary lane at that just south of Bethlehem Road, and then they'll have the opportunity to merge back in then.
will they have the option to choose whether they want to use the general public lanes or the truckers lane, or would they be required to use the truckers lane?
I don't know that for sure, but from my reading the studies and presentations that I've seen on the CVL project and other MMIP program projects, it will be optional, I believe, but there is an assumption that if the trucks are coming, if they are for sure going from 475 up to this area and beyond, they're going to use the CVL project, CVL lanes. But of course, there's going to be stops in between there. There's going to be a need to get off at other exits. So there's not going to be a penalty or any type of issue with them being able to use general purpose lanes. And there will be slip ramps in that section as well. So they'll be able to enter the system at key points. So those pink and green squares are where there'll be slip ramps for them to either enter or exit at certain points. But other than those points, it'll be barrier separated.
It's getting back to something that Commissioner Lewis was talking about, and that's bottlenecking. So I can see truckers looking at their lanes and going, this is backed up. So that they're merging into the general public lanes, which almost defeat part of the purpose of what you're doing this. So that's concerning as to how they plan to manage that, to try to really encourage them to stay in those truckers' lanes. And also, the auxiliary lanes that you spoke of, are they just for the truckers only, or the general public can have access to them as well?
No, so there'll be access for general purpose as well. So they'll be, the trucks will be using those to merge back over, but anybody can get over into those lanes because they will exit to State Route 155 and then to State Route 20. Okay. So if anybody's getting off at those exits, they'll be able to get in those lanes and exit.
For the construction of this, do you think there would be any type of detours required during the construction phase of this, or we would just continue to travel as is?
I don't know that for sure. I don't believe there'll be any detours on 75 because it'll be parallel to the existing system. But of course, at those key points where they have to go over bridges, under bridges, and different things like that, there will be. I don't know that for sure. Like I said, it's in the concept development phase, and then also, as Madam Chair said, that it's a GDOT project, so we're more so reviewing what they're preparing and then just reviewing their analysis and providing a peer review to say, you know, we want to take a closer look at how this is going to impact the Henry County area. But I don't know for sure. They're still in concept development, so once they get into like pre-construction and start preparing the actual construction plans, then that'll include if there are any detours, there'll be a detour plan set in there.
Okay, and thank you.
Do we know if this is going to run simultaneously with the new Bethlehem interchange that is being, I guess, because that's a federal and state project. So will that run concurrent, do we know?
I don't know for sure on that one.
Sam, do we know if that runs concurrent? Yeah. Because if they're building these dedicated lanes, and then we have the Bethlehem interchange as well, which is going to be that exit ramp directly into the industrial area, that will also, is supposed to also, quote unquote, alleviate or help with traffic on that 155 corridor, along with the widening of 155. That's a lot going on 155 in Bethlehem. And so surely we're going to have to come up with some alternative routes for people to move around.
The information that I have is the planning for commercial vehicle lanes and the construction of interchange at Bethlehem. They're going on simultaneously. As far as time frame, the construction of commercial vehicle lanes will start in 2026 and will open to traffic in 2031. That's the latest I have. And the new interchange at Bethlehem, construction is supposed to start in 2025 and will take 2 to 3 years and open in 2028. So there is a time when both will happen simultaneously as far as construction.
So what about the widening of 155? When is that start date? Do we have a start date? I know that we have a start date on that. So are we widening 155 to the 4 lanes prior to?
155, as far as I know, the funding hasn't been found. So it will start sometime in year 2029.
We have somebody here from DOT.
155 construction is going to start later on, more like 2029.
Yeah, just reiterating what he said, that project's been state funded, and they have, it's pushed back some. I want to say construction's probably into 2030 or beyond for 155 widening west of 75.
But isn't that part of it? Aren't we doing a portion of that as well?
No, county doesn't have any involvement in State Route 155 widening. They have a project for State Route 155 widening east of 75 that is state funded. It is ahead of the one that's west of 75.
Okay, then, so we have a portion that's going to be widened, and we got to wait on the other portion.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So east side, west side.
East side's ahead of the west side.
East side is ahead of the west side. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Have we seen anywhere where these commercial or these dedicated truck lanes have worked and been successful?
This is going to be the first project where we're building lanes specifically and only for trucks. So this is going to be a game changer. We're the first in the nation.
Okay. Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you so much for the presentation. You know, we've actually asked for some support in lightening our traffic. These are things that we're going to have to go through with growing pains. I do echo the commissioners on the bottleneck. If that's something that we can stress to GDOT, letting them know if the extension, when we start doing the phases, to keep that in mind, which I'm sure they already know that. And I'm quite sure that we will have phases if that should happen. But we are the gateway in Henry County. Is, you know, we're the first, like you said, and we just got to be the model. But at the same time, keeping that communication with GDOT on the concerns that we have, because we have so many other different constructions going on. That is just my concern. If we just keep the communication going and being ahead of them, so that way, you know, they'll know exactly what our concerns are. Because that bottleneck is kind of something that I'm also concerned about. But so if we can just stress that more deeply, that would be great.
As far as communication with the GDOT, Georgia DOT, Henry County, and our 4 municipalities, we meet monthly on Zoom and have ongoing communication.
Wonderful.
And that
Thank
was
you.
the purpose of last year, us agreeing to do the study, because there were concerns from our end on the bottleneck.
Right.
You know, once they transition back onto 75. And so you're saying that the study says that based on your methodology, based on, you know, formulas and simulations, that it should have a positive impact in moving trucks, you know, I guess through Henry County. So I guess we'll just have to see.
And then also, I just wanted to mention that GDOT Office of Planning, they are currently in the process of kicking off a larger regional study of I-75 and mobility along that corridor. So I believe, because you shared that with us, the statewide, the 75 planning study. So I think it's a constant, they're constantly trying to find ways to improve travel time along 75, and projects with, like you mentioned, Commissioner Robinson, just staying on top of them and making sure that, you know, they're looking at the full network, but county by county, city by city, it's important for you all to champion what's happening in your area and make sure that your voices are heard when these projects are coming online.
Yeah, and I know that Commissioner McMurray from GDOT has been, you know, very easy to work with and to have that dialogue with. we're able to get some projects moving that had been stalled for a long time. And so we do appreciate the partnership with GDOT. Commissioner Lewis.
Just one more question. I know that we're talking about just northbound truck only lanes, so I'm just curious, like, why just northbound?
They did a value engineering study. So from my research and our reading and reviewing previous plans during this study process, they found it most advantageous to do the northbound only lanes based on the traffic coming out of the port. I think it was cost prohibitive to have it in both directions. So it was more beneficial to move trucks northbound versus having two separate lanes and trying to do it in both directions. That's what I gather. I mean, it's more information in the VE study that they did, but that was like the general gist that we were able to conclusion we were able to come to when we were doing our research for this project.
Got it. So more of a cost issue as opposed to whether it be advantageous, because trucks go south too. So
Right.
I mean, you know, 11 o'clock in the morning, 75 is snarl going south
Right.
with trucks. So
Yeah, so I think during their when they were planning out this project for the MMIP, it just value engineered that it would make sense to do this section first. And that's not to say they may not come back in the future few years and say, hey, we want to explore the southbound. But I think, as Sam mentioned, this is the first project. It's really a game changer based on what it's able to do for economic development in the state of Georgia overall. And they felt like doing this section first would be the best.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
Several times, of course, we all know that this is a GDOT project. So if we take this study and overlay it with GDOT's study that's been done on this project for years, so what's different between this one and GDOT's?
Yes, so what we did with this one, we did a more detailed look at the section north of Bill Gardner Parkway and what those impacts will be at those merge points. So in reviewing the original study that GDOT did, we wanted to do two things. First, we wanted to do a spot check or a peer review of their analysis, looking at the methodology to make sure that it made sense based on, you know, what we felt would be best as far as looking at traffic operations projected for the build and the design year. And then in addition to that, so we looked at those merge points, what those levels of service would be, and then also what the capacity would be at those sections. So this study was more of a micro level, looking at just the section within the Henry County boundaries and what those impacts will be. And then the overall GDOT study, that was a much larger scale analysis of the section from 475 in Macon all the way up to the McDonough area. So this is just a micro study versus the macro. And then to confirm that the methodologies made sense and they worked together, we did a spot check to say, okay, well, our analysis and findings are trending in the same directions as theirs, or based on what we're looking at, we feel like their methodologies make sense. And then we looked at ours and they both kind of came up with similar findings for the overall network. So with that, we were able to zoom in and look at on a micro level at those merge points and then a capacity for a 75 in the general purpose lanes.
So when this study goes to GDOT, they're going to give what your findings consideration, or how does that work? Are they going?
GDOT has been very intimately involved in this study. They have reviewed every step of the way, and they are in concurrence with the study findings. The one difference is in GDOT's analysis, they focused on traffic flow south of 155, and where the commercial vehicle lanes, they stopped their analysis. In our study, we focused on what would be the traffic flow north of 155, where the commercial vehicle lanes and how is the traffic flow. And what CROI engineering has found that net, there would be a benefit because it adds capacity and traffic would merge from the right rather than from the center. And so because it adds capacity, traffic flow would be better. And what they also confirmed is our initial hunch that if we extend the commercial vehicle lanes farther north to I-675, traffic flow would be even better, and that came out of this our Henry County study.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda is Tourism Annual Report. Laura Parker, Director of Tourism.
Hi, thank you. I am Laura Luker. I'm the Director of Tourism for Visit Henry, and we are your Convention and Visitors Bureau. Whoops, let's see. There we go. Okay, so we are what's known as a destination marketing organization, and this is just a nice fancy way of saying that we're tourism marketing for Henry County, and that it's our job to make sure that when visitors are considering places to visit, then they consider Henry County and all that we offer. And I am not going to go through every single one of these slides in detail. You do have a copy of it. You should have a copy of it in your, in front of you. And I know that we do have several new commissioners who may or may not have heard presentations and explanations of kind of how we're funded. I would love to sit down with you at any point to kind of go through this in more detail. It is more than I have time for, and it's very specific. I know you have a packed agenda today. So we are, our budget is made up of the hotel motel taxes. We represent the city of Stockbridge, Hampton, and Locust Grove, as well as you, the Board of Commissioners, which represents the unincorporated parts of Henry County. Altogether, we represent about 31 hotels and 1 bed and breakfast. 31 hotels, including a bed and breakfast. And I know that there are several new properties that are going to come online as well. So this also represents short-term rentals, so your VRBOs and your Airbnbs. As of July of 2021, state law does mandate that they pay hotel motel taxes just like a hotel does. So you can see in that pie chart the makeup of our budget based from 2022 at least, based off of our various partners in the CVB. So quickly going through our year-in review, first of all, visitor services. Our visitors guide, this was our 2022 guide, and it is our main physical printed fulfillment piece. These are distributed at all the state welcome centers, as well as in welcome bags that we give to family reunions, and any other place that we have the opportunity to distribute them. We also, this year, launched a photo kiosk at Ringgold. So this is a self-serve selfie station, if you will, but it does come preloaded with 12 branded city backgrounds that people can take and then send to themselves. So you see examples of what the kiosk look like, as well as some of those background options. It does give us some great details, too, from the back end. We launched our mobile visitor center in 2023. This, in January, we actually purchased the van in 2022 and then spent several months in the process of wrapping it and designing the interior, and then have been running this program since September as a table, and then launched the van in January. And so it's an opportunity for us to engage with the community and visitors actually at locations, as opposed to having them have to come to us. And we have found that to be incredibly beneficial in us having those conversations as people are in that moment of decision. And then for advertising, which is so much of what we do have 7 billboard locations that have digital billboards. We have 4 designs for each of our cities that rotate, as well as some of our partner ads as well. And then we also have print and digital ads. Here's some examples of some of those, list of where they are, as well as what they look like. And then here are some examples of some additional print ads. And then we also do video advertising. Digital is a huge part of what we do. We have these video ads that are done for each of our cities or in our county, and you can see that over 1 million Henry County specific ads were served via YouTube, what's called OTT or over-the-top TV, connected TVs. These are things like Hulu, Roku's, in-stream content, etc. And you can see that this content does click directly through to county-specific content on our site. So people are seeing this very county-specific content and then clicking through to read more about those specific places they're seeing in these videos. The same thing is true of digital. People say they search for something and it comes up with Henry County-specific content, then clicks through to Henry County-specific content. We have a very active PR media campaign. Last year, we had 172 published results that earned us about $170 million in earned media. This means that if we'd had to go out and buy that space in publications, blogs, magazines, etc., it would have cost us almost $170 million, but instead, through our media efforts, we were able to earn that media space, including this amazing article about the Army Aviation Heritage Foundation in Southern Living magazine. Social media, Leo, if you have not had a chance to meet him, he's an amazing social media guru, and so he does all of our social and all of our web. So we have all accounts on all the major networks. And then what I want to spend a little bit more time on is one thing I'm really excited about for this year is late last year we did invest in some data that's location-based. It's called Arrivalist, and what it does is it tracks location data via apps. And so it looks at visitors to the community, and it leaves out people who are commuters, people who are only passing through, and then looks at who's visiting what destinations. And we also have point of interest that we can look at specifically. So I just want to go through a couple of high-level data. So this is from 2022, and it looks at people who visited Henry, and it was almost 2 million visitors. And you can see that we had about a share of overnights of about 32%, with 0.69 of the average nights in destination, which means that we have some room for improvement in terms of our overnights. We have 2 million people, and if we can get more of those people to spend the night, then that means more money for our hotels, more money in taxes, and more money for our restaurants and other support services that are necessary when you have people that spend the night. So it also tells us where people are from. Some of this probably wouldn't surprise you. Obviously, the states that are right next to us have some of our most highest traffic, but one of the things that I think is really interesting from this data is that it shows us that New York is delivering 1.2% of our visitors over from last year. And so those people are coming and they're staying, and they're driving a considerable distance to get here. And then when you break it down, you look and say, okay, Georgia has more travelers than New York does, but then you look at New York, and they're staying almost 2.5 days, or nights, in our destination. So they're incredibly valuable visitors because they're staying longer, therefore spending more money than people that are coming maybe from closer. And then when you break it down even further and look at a city or a DMA level, you can see that while the majority or a lot of our visitors are coming from our own cities within Georgia, there's almost half that are coming from cities outside of Georgia as well. And when you look at this share of overnights, you can see, yes, day trippers are more than 50% of our visitor, but they're not our only visitor. 16% are staying a night. Those are a lot of our pass-through visitors, people coming through on their way to another destination. But we have 8% staying 2 nights, and even 4% staying more than 4 nights. And so looking at, you can drill down and see who some of these people are, where they're coming from, who is staying 4 nights, where are they coming from, and when are they coming? And how do we get them to come at other times, more times, and stay longer? It also shows you what types of places that they're visiting when they're here. Hotels, attractions, sports complexes, and then what months. And if you look and you see March and July are our 2 highest travel months, and I think we all know what happens in March and in July. The Speedway has an undeniable impact on our numbers. And we can even drill down and say, okay, in March, let's look at March and let's see what our numbers in March were. And then let's drill down and look at that specific weekend and say what were our numbers and where were people coming from. So it gives us some really great details about particular events as well as particular places people are coming from. And then we can also look at it year over year. Was March better or worse this year than it was last year, and how much? And then we can also compare and say, well, what did we have happen in March? Did it rain last year during the race in March, whereas this year it was beautiful, or vice versa? We can look and say how much of those differences we saw. Were there events that maybe we didn't have that maybe we should relook at? And then for an example, we can draw geofences around specific points of interest. We do have a limited number, but we did draw points of interest around, I think, 8 of our different parks. And so for this example here is all of our park data. And I know we've talked to Jonathan and shared some of this with him as well, because this is data that we can share with our partners. That's why we have it. So you can see that Mount Carmel Park had the highest trip volume. Overall, all of our parks that we are looking at had about 75,000 visitors last year, with our highest highest month. I think that's that's actually October. Excuse me. Nope, that's not August, which is really interesting to me. And so you can see, again, where people are coming from when they're using those parks, Saturday and Sunday. We know we have a huge tournament business. Mosley Park being the third, disc golf. We see disc golf come up again and again and again in our web traffic, and it's so wonderful to see that echoed in this data. So we can make some really great assumptions about we see here and here and how they match together, and then we can make some really smart marketing decisions based off of that. And then also work with the Parks Department, work with other industries to say, we're seeing these trends, how can we build on that? So any questions? That was really quick. This, all of this is really, really broad. Sorry, yes.
Okay, Commissioner Engler.
Could you do me a favor and go back to the screen where it shows your collections by city? And this isn't really a question, it's really more of a comment.
Mm-hmm.
When you get there. If you look at the bottom, it wasn't detailed, I just want to make sure I point out that currently the city of McDonough does not make any contributions.
That is correct.
Okay. With that being said, they are a huge beneficiary of all y'all's work that y'all do. Would you agree with that?
I think that...
You don't have to answer that. The answer is yes. But I just want to tell you thank you. That's not included in that number, and how helpful it would be for us as a county and all the cities collectively if we could have the city of McDonough on board with that. So thank y'all for y'all's good work there at Development Authority. Thank you.
Commissioner Wilson.
How many hotels, motels do we have in the unincorporated part of Henry County?
So you just, with the city's annexation, Stockbridge's annexation expansion, you lost 3 hotels. So I think you went from 10 to 7, 6. Sorry, thanks. I have to go back through and count. So you did lose a couple in the annexation.
So in the collections, the hotel motel tax unincorporated is at 5%, is that correct?
You are at 5%, yes.
And the cities are at 7.5%, correct?
They're all at 8%, except for Hampton. They're still at 5%.
So we're missing out on 3%.
Technically, so the way that the hotel motel tax works is at 5%, which is what you are collecting. 3 pennies of that, or 3% of that, is considered unrestricted. That goes to the county, and you can spend that at any legal purpose, or you can put it in your general coffers. 2% of that is required by law to go to a private nonprofit set up expressly for tourism, which in the case of the county is the Convention and Visitors Bureau. If you were to make the decision to go up from 5% to 8%, which I believe you already have the authorizations, the ordinances and everything in place to do that, it's just it would be a decision on your part, then that new 3% must be split 50-50. So your 1.5% that you would then get, the new 1.5%, is considered restricted for tourism product development purposes. So you could use it for tourism product development, but it's not general as of that original 3%, excuse me. The other 1.5% then still has to go to a designated nonprofit where they can only use it again for the promotion of tourism conventions and trade shows. Does that make sense?
So we could use the unrestricted part to improve our parks to attract more.
You could use
business,
you could even use the tourism product development portion for that. The way that the law is that it has to enhance or create tourism products and experiences. So depending on, I guess, what you're doing, there could be a case that is made for park improvements for, say, tournament guests. If you say, you do a huge amount of tournament visits, and in order to attract more tournaments, you need to resurface the fields or put in new dirt or add netting or whatever it is, then that's something you could look at.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Robinson.
Can you go back to the parks slide?
The
Parks.
research at the end?
Yes. Where you had your numbers, yeah, right there. Go back.
Sorry, there you go.
So where it says, how can you help? Because I'm just looking at the numbers here with the percentage. Is that means that our parks department needs to do more events for you to come out, or how do those numbers are determined? How do you
Which
determine
numbers? I'm
those
sorry.
numbers? Where it says parks, the share of trips?
So I just put parks because this is a specific slide for parks. So like this is trip by volume, and it's kind of every slide's different. So I cut off the top little bit, so I just wrote parks next to the side. This is all actual visitors. So this all represents those numbers. Mount Carmel 46, Heritage Park 20 something. All of that represents actual percentage of visitors to those particular parks. And I look at Mosley and say it's 9%, and that when I look at our web traffic and then I look at where people are coming from and when I know events are happening, I know that a lot of that traffic is disc golf and disc golf tournaments. So if we're looking at where are there opportunities for improvement and where, then those are types of things. We probably are saturated with things like baseball and softball and soccer. Mount Carmel is the number one because of soccer.
So Village Park is my question then.
Okay.
So where the...
It's the least. I mean, I know that they do some football and they do some soccer there, and they have their splash pad and things there. So there's opportunities are there additional tournaments that could be held there? Family reunions are huge. And I know that there's a pavilion and they have a splash pad. They're always looking for, particularly because they're always in the summer. July is our biggest family reunion month. Being able to market that, to dedicate that, to say, if you want to rent a facility and you want to have a splash pad, then you could rent Village Park for that.
Right.
So those are kind of opportunities that we see when we look at this data, is how we can market it, not necessarily what the Parks Department or what you need to do any differently. Just that we now have this data and we know there's capacity there. Maybe. I mean, also that would be talking to the parks, say, is there capacity? Does it just look like there's capacity, or are those parks being used by residents? Because this does not track residential visits. So it may be that every single weekend Village Park is absolutely packed with residents and that there is no capacity. So
yeah,
So this is only tracking visitors.
it is correct.
Right.
Mm-hmm. It excludes all residents and all commuters, and then anybody just passing through.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Melissa Robinson.
Good morning, Chair Harrell and Commissioners. So great to be here. Today we have a special department recognition for the Henry County Emergency Management Agency and Director Kevin Johnson. When leadership asked for a special way to honor the outstanding work of our EMA team during and in the aftermath of the devastating tornadoes that touched down in Henry County at the beginning of this year, we were honored to do so. The storms hit several areas hard and caused devastating damage to the Indian Creek community in Locust Grove. I think we all remember that. In telling the story, the communications team came up with the concept of having someone who was immersed and on the ground that day and who has dealt with the aftermath throughout. Her name is Miss Janie Redding, the property manager for the Indian Creek community. And she sat down with our team to tell her story about what EMA has done for her, that community, and our community in general. So here's a short video about a very big event regarding a small team of emergency management professionals who continue to make a profound impact. And so enjoy the video, please.
It was like 4:30 and I was here at work. My phone went off to let me know there was a storm. The wind started gushing up and I said, something don't seem right. I backed down the driveway and that's when it hit. And I was trying to get back up the road to get back up here and stuff's just flying everywhere. I had trees falling inside the car. It was really, really scary. There was probably 30 houses that, 20 that was totally damaged. There was 10 that people were trying to repair and get their houses back together. There was a lot of roads you couldn't even get down. I had to walk in and out my road for at least a week because there was such a big oak tree.
In the immediate aftermath, community members, county employees and officials, and the Salvation Army arrived. They offered bottled water, clothing, diapers, and even set up a food truck in the parking lot to feed residents hot lunches and dinner for 10 days. But 250 trees had to be removed. Contractors and residents were able to get the debris to the curb line, but needed additional help to get them fully taken away.
I just feel like it's just a constant reminder. I want it gone so, you can feel at ease and feel like things are getting back to normal. Because every time there's a storm now, people are thinking, oh Lord, is it going to happen again?
That's when EMA Director Kevin Johnson and his staff stepped in.
Kevin was here when it first started, right after it happened. Offered his assistant, told us if we needed anything, to give him a call. He always dropped by to give me an update. Janie, we're still dealing with FEMA, but we've had the drones out here. We've come out here and took pictures. We just got to get a few more documentations.
With patience and persistence, Kevin and staff secured the FEMA help needed to get the trees removed from the property.
Well, I just heard from him that they're going to be here the second week in July. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus.
To Janie and the residents of Indian Creek, Kevin Johnson and the EMA staff's efforts will help them finally get things back to normal.
Kevin, I appreciate all your hard work, everything that you have done, as far as getting the people out here, to get all the documentation, to get it sent to FEMA, pushing for us, and you just don't know how much it means to me and everybody in here that you got this completed or got it rolling and are getting it done. You're a great guy. I really, really appreciate everything that you've done.
County Manager, you want to come forward? I just want to say I remember when this happened, and this is Commissioner Wilson's district, and I just know that we got the best EMA and fire rescue team that there is, not just in Georgia, but I think in the country. And, his dedication, the long hours that they spent, I think he was up for about a week without no sleep. But Kevin, we just really appreciate your hard work and your dedication and all of the time that you spent away from your family, because you got a young daughter and you spent a lot of time away from your family. And we really appreciate everything that you do for this county. So if you would come forward.
Chair, I also want to bring up Ashley Laro because obviously Kevin gets all of the credit, but you all know that I always have to say there's a strong woman that is making sure that the job is getting done. So I definitely want to bring Ashley up as well. Obviously, Chair Harrell has said it all. The video said it all. We have received so many accolades on what Kevin and his entire team did, and it is truly a collaborative effort. Kevin does not like recognition. He just wants to get the job done. And I remember him coming to me saying, County Manager, I don't know if we're going to get reimbursed for all these trees. And I said, we're going to get reimbursed because I know you have an amazing team, and they have worked diligently to not only take care of this community, but the county. Kevin's been here a little over a year and a half, and he's had a tornado. He's had active shooters. He's had everything that you could possibly think of having, and he continues to be very calm. I don't think he ages at all, unlike some of us who have gray hair. But his team does an amazing job, and they are really, really putting Henry County on the map. We are getting calls every day wondering what we're doing in Henry County and how we're doing it. And it's because he's working with a whole team to make sure that we're always at the table and we're present. So again, on behalf of the board, I want to thank Kevin and his entire team. And then we're going to get a picture with the board because we do have a certificate of excellence that we'd like to present to Kevin and Ashley for their hard work. So thank you.
So Sherry, you also mentioned, you know, we did just have an active shooter situation in Hampton. And, you know, we lost 4 residents that live in our community. Again, Commissioner Wilson, that was in your district as well. And just his professionalism and working with the city of Hampton and all of the resources that we provided during that time. Again, just, you know, I can't thank you enough for, you know, I know that a lot of people say, well, that's your job, but at the end of the day, I think you go above and beyond. And I just personally want to say that I'm proud of you all, and just want to say thank you.
Thank you, guys. First off, I have an intelligence unit who is watching this, and for us not to have any idea is crazy, so they're in trouble. Thank you. Thanks to the team. We can't do anything without everyone else in this room, our DOT guys, our stormwater guys, fire, PD, everyone's been busting their tails. This is definitely not anything to do with me. These guys do it, so thank you, guys. I don't want to.
Next item on the agenda is our, Johnny, we got to see what's going on in your district. Next item on the agenda is opioid funds. If we could have our finance cluster lead, David Smith, come forward and talk to us about the opioid funds that the county received.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and the Henry County community. I want to indulge myself with a short video to talk about this opioid settlement funds. It's not going to be as engaging as the video we just saw, but certainly it's going to be informative. That's been presented to us by the National Association of Counties. Thank you.
The opioid epidemic has become the single greatest cause of accidental death in the United States, a plague that is tearing families and communities apart. When it comes to addressing this crisis, counties matter. A stronger county response means a more effective national response. The opioid epidemic touches nearly every aspect of county government. When someone overdoses on prescription painkillers or illegal opioids like heroin, 911 call centers operated by counties are the first to receive the call for help. First responders are dispatched to the scene by county agencies. If children are there, county social workers and child protective services make sure they're safe. In many cases, victims are transported to a county hospital. They may enter into the county justice system, including jails, courts, and other services, where sheriffs, judges, public defenders, and prosecutors are feeling the strain. As caseloads pile up, county agencies are committed to putting individuals on pathways to treatment and recovery. Yet in the most tragic cases, individuals end up in the county morgue. In addition to the heart-wrenching human toll, counties, as communities and as local governments, are enduring immense financial costs. Serving the most vulnerable in our communities is at the core of our county governments. But this devastating epidemic is straining our ability to provide critical services. Counties need reliable state and federal partners, along with allies in the private and nonprofit sectors. As we address the opioid epidemic, counties call on Congress and the White House to adopt much-needed policy changes while ensuring that vital public safety, health, and family assistance resources reach the local level. Our overall addiction crisis is symptomatic of larger economic, social, and community trends. Yet we must work together now to stop the scourge that is tearing families apart, claiming tens of thousands of lives, and draining county budgets. Join us in calling on Congress to strengthen our nation's response to the opioid epidemic by supporting county services that are at the heart of ending this crisis. Visit www.naco.org/opioid.
Commissioners, thousands of... Ready for my presentation? In January of 2022, Georgia opted to participate in opioid litigation that was brought by the states against 3 of our largest pharmaceutical distributors. Georgia, in participation, is going to receive approximately $636 million from these settlements, known as the National Distributor Settlement and the Janssen J&J Settlement, respectively. Henry County also opted to participate in this program. We expect to receive over a 7-year period approximately $2.8 million. Currently, and year to date, we've received $568,639 in opioid settlement funds to be used for opioid remediation. As of today, we have not expended any of these funds for the intended uses. These funds, this is the summary of what we've received thus far from both of the payments. We do expect to receive more over the 7-year period. The funds can be used in the following categories, as highlighted: treatment, which is evidence-based or evidence-informed programs or strategies; prevention, efforts to address the misuse and abuse of opioid products; and then other strategies, where there's education of law enforcement and other first responders. I want to mention or note here that these funds cannot be used to pay for attorney's fees, investigations, or litigations. Included in your packet, Commissioners, is a more detailed list of these eligible uses. So counties are on the front line of this opioid epidemic, providing public services that save lives, support recovery. Our 911 call center, county-run crisis lines are the first to receive the calls for help when an overdose happens, and our first responders are the first to arrive on the scene to stabilize the crisis and offer support. This funding from opioid settlements presents an opportunity for us and for this county to sustain and strengthen our response to the ongoing opioid epidemic. To help us maximize the impact of this unique funding stream, I recommend that we leverage these opioid settlement funds to stand up proven programs and practices that work. As mentioned in the video, you saw that basically everyone across the county is involved: public safety, the courts, human services. So we must develop a county-wide strategic plan. Then we must seek applicable grantees to address the misuse and abuse of opioid products. These are my recommendations, preferably by utilizing a notice of funding opportunity for those, not only for county departments, but also for those external agencies that are interested that could provide a proposal to us for how to address the needs along with a budget. I'm prepared to take any questions. This is a discussion item only. No action needs to be taken, but I'm prepared to take questions.
Right. So David, what you're recommending is for us to, you said, formulate a strategic plan?
Countywide, because
Countywide.
every department is impacted as indicated by the videos, not only from the first responders who have to apply their Naxalon to the courts that have to deal with those that are coming through their court system. We also have accountability courts, drug treatment courts. There's a wide variety throughout our county that's being impacted by this.
Correct. So then, County Manager, can we then make sure, or do we need to direct, does the board need to direct you all to move forward with a strategic plan in-house for our departments, such as public safety? I know this information was sent to the courts, and because we do have a lot of programs that are run through our court system, and this will be an opportunity for them to enhance or expand their programs with the use of these funds. So we need to take care of home first. We need to be able to make sure that public safety, the courts, the jail, I mean, look at the money that we spend each year in medical over at the jail. You know, because that not only is utilized as a mental health hospital, but also people with addiction problems. And so we need to make sure, I guess I would like to ask that you all move forward with reaching out to the various departments and having them to put in some type of proposal or budget as to what it would take for them to be able to operate. This would keep money coming out of general funds that maybe we can provide some of the services to help those that are going through, you know, these problems with opioid addictions. So would like to ask you all to please look into that. So let's spend it in-house before we start trying to spend it out of house. And, you know, from that point, I guess you would put out a note for any nonprofits that would be interested in also providing services. Now, it doesn't pay for salaries.
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right, because I know we received a proposal and they want us, it looks like, to pay for the whole program that they're operating.
Chair Harrell, if I may, it does allow for administrative costs.
Okay. All right. Any questions from the board? Commissioner Thomas.
This is a very important issue that I'm concerned about, and have spent quite a bit of time reading about it and going to other sessions as well, because it is a crisis. And one thing we do need to do, as she stated, we do need to look at our entities internally to see what they need in order to help with it. But we also need to look at the community, because the community is directly impacted. So there are going to be some partners out there that we need to talk to, doctors and clinics and psychologists and psychiatrists that we need to talk to. So in putting together that strategic plan, I think we need to open a door for someone from the community to be an advisor or talk to us, because they know a different language than we do. It may be, again, a doctor, a therapist, a something, but who specializes in working in this particular area. So, Madam Chair, I would like for you to consider for that strategic plan panel a group to include a specialist that can help them make sure they stay focused on what the needs are. Because those are very unique needs. You know, we're not just talking about, do you need another policeman? Do you need another car? We need to talk about how we're going to help the root of the problem. And a lot of it is mental illness, and it is an addiction, and it is a sickness that we need a professional to guide the process and the thinking process of how to use these dollars effectively. And I did read through the proposal that was sent to us, and not sure then when I read it all what could be covered, but it does look very strategic in the way it was presented on paper. I'm hoping we'll get some other proposals to read as well.
So as you all put this plan together, I'll leave it up to staff to identify individuals that, you know, I guess you could put it out and identify individuals that could be part of your discussion. Any other questions or comments? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. If we could have our county manager come forward and read the consent agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. This is your consent agenda for Tuesday, August 1st at 9 a.m. We have a resolution under the county manager authorizing support and funding for the joint retail strategy proposal and recruitment services. Under DOT, we have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners approving the bid award for engineering design services for the intersection improvements of Oak Grove Road and Willow Lane at Jonesboro Road to Croy Engineering LLC in the amount of up to $79,000. We also have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners approving the bid award for engineering design services for the intersection improvements of Oak Grove Road at Jodico Road to Croy Engineering LLC in the amount up to $60,500. Both projects located in District 4. Under Financial Services, we have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners approving to enter into a subrecipient agreement with Southern Crescent Habitat for Humanity in the amount of $600,000 of ARP FRF funding to assist in the home ownership program. We also have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners to approve the courtroom's audio and video hardware and technology refresh awarded from the Judicial Council Ad Hoc Committee from CTI in the amount of $1,112,578 for the replacement equipment utilizing those ARPA funds. Under Parks and Rec, we have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners to accept a conditional grant award for $30,000 recognized plans to join the National Fitness Campaign and to fund an outdoor fitness court and community wellness initiative in the amount of $160,000 utilizing impact fees. Under Senior Services, we have a resolution of the Henry County Board of Commissioners to authorize contracting with the Georgia Department of Human Services utilizing the Community Services Block Grant for federal fiscal year 2024 in the amount of $267,134. Under Stormwater, we have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners awarding a contract for design build services for a passive recreational park on Butler's Bridge Road located in District 3. RFP number 23-37 to Triscape in the amount of $2,906,443 utilizing stormwater funds, SPLOS funds, and the GOSP grant. We also have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners awarding a contract for design build services for stream restoration at Butler's Bridge located in District 3, RFP 23-33 to HGS LLC, doing business as RES Environmental Operating Company in the amount of $698,841, utilizing Stormwater Enterprise account. And then under transit, we have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners authorizing the purchase of two 2022 Ford F-250 trucks utilizing the FTA CARES Act grant in the amount of $104,228. Madam Chair, this ends the consent agenda.
I had a question about the funds issued to Habitat. Are those funds going to be utilized for houses that will be built in Henry County? Because I know I know that they are a cross-county organization. They build in Clayton and other counties as well. So those funds will be utilized for Henry County, correct?
Per the resolution, yes, I'm going to ask staff to confirm, but it does indicate that it will be for to acquire land, build, and rehabilitate homes within Henry County. Is that correct? Okay.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Thomas?
Yes, I need some clarification on the stormwater letter A, exactly what that is. It seems like a combination between stormwater, park and recreation, and road construction. I'm not sure what it is. What is it?
And Commissioners, so this is last year the Board of Commissioners approved a resolution to accept a grant from DNR for Passive Park, and this is the next step, which is the design build. Originally we did a concept. Now we're doing a design build for Passive Park. This park is located on District 3 along Butler's Bridge, and is adjacent with South River, and it will connect to it. And we'll have like I mentioned, Passive Park. It will have outdoor educational center, and it also is going to have a kayak lounging area.
Okay, so this money is really coming from a grant?
A portion, a big, close to $1.5 million coming from a grant.
And then you're matching the other?
We're matching the other with Stormwater and SPLOS.
I have to watch
and
you, Rocky, because I need money too, you know, so.
and also
from District 3 impact fees.
Impact fees,
as well.
parks impact fees, yes.
To make sure we have this money shared, I have to watch you. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Chair, just for clarification, because Commissioner Thomas asked, the project under Parks and Rec, that is in District 4. So the National Fitness Campaign, Mr. Penn selected a park within your district to utilize those funds. There you go. No problem.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
You answered my question. I was going to ask where the outdoor fitness court was going to be. But I also do have one more question. The resolution authorizing support and funding for the joint retail strategy proposal. So have we identified who is going to participate in the joint strategy proposal?
Absolutely, and I know Mr. Josh Finn is here from the Development Authority, who has participated in the other meetings within the municipalities. As of today, the city of Locust Grove has approved joining in with this retail strategy agreement. The city of Stockbridge did agree, but with several changes to the contract as presented today and initially presented to the county. It's my understanding that McDonough has it on their agenda to rehear it. I believe Mr. Finn told me for
He's here.
Oh, come on up, come on up. And then it's my understanding that the city of Hampton elected not to participate.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. So as of right now,
Locust Grove has reaffirmed their commitment to it. McDonough did have one question. We have answered that. It seems that's been satisfactory to the point that one of the commissioners council members who wanted to, who declined has asked for reconsideration now that we have resolved that point. So we'll go from there.
Okay. So it's looking like 3 of the cities.
I would say probably 2. We have not seen the city of Stockbridge's. We do have concerns, so does the vendor have concerns on what they propose changes that they do have, and my board will review and address those. But we have made no commitments to the city on those.
So can we talk about what the retail strategies is and what it and what we're looking to do?
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate that question. It's good to have that question for once. I will say.
And so I do want to say before you get started, Josh, that this initially started out with the chair and the mayor's meeting on a quarterly basis. And we get so many requests or comments from our constituents saying that they want a Whole Foods, they want this, they want that. And so in order to figure out what we need to do from a county perspective and a municipality perspective, what infrastructure, what things do we need to have in place in order to attract Whole Foods or Trader Joe's or the high-end retail restaurants and those types of things. So initially, those meetings we were having on a quarterly basis, and we had tasked the development authority to go out and find somebody that could help us answer these questions. So go ahead, Josh.
Yes, Madam Chair. So this proposal does 2 things. One, retail strategies will come in. They've already done some initial analysis for us that we already, for the county manager's office and my office, have gone ahead and contracted with and provided some data on that from a countywide level. What this does is help take a deeper dive in there where we have opportunities, market sectors to attract. But also, too, one of the things that this consultant does do is go out and market for us. I'll just be flat out honest, we don't have the bandwidth right now to take that on. This, the benefit for us is this helps us stay focused on some other areas that y'all have asked us to really zero in and focus on, and gives us some help and expertise in that area, but also, too, to give our partners who are participating in it additional consulting services that are there. I think one of the opportunities that was relayed back to me with Locust Grove, obviously we've heard about the new Bethlehem interchange. There are going to be some commercial opportunities there. So retail strategies for them can help them better understand and plan and get their zoning correct to go after what types of retailers would work at that new interchange. Ultimately, what this does, it builds the loss pool for everybody, which we all like, and distribute there. So the technical parts are really good for the folks buying in. For us, the real meat for us is to get some assistance on the retail marketing. We do have some relationships in that area, but retail strategies really puts that in hyperdrive for us, and that's what we need.
So this strategy will benefit the entire county, not just one segment, not just one municipality. This will benefit the entire county.
Commissioner, I'm going to make this statement right now because I know there's been some statements lately, and I'm at a point. You've heard them too. Our job is this county's economy. No ifs, ands, or buts. No unincorporated, incorporated district lines. That does not matter to us. We have been very clear on that. And I do want to stress that point while I have a public forum. And we have proven that over years. Our job is to grow the pot.
Thank you.
How it's divided, y'all got to work that out.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Wilson, I'll let you go, and then Commissioner Robinson. Yes.
Regarding this item, it may be prudent to remove it from the consent agenda and put it on the regular agenda for discussion.
Okay, all right.
Go ahead. Sorry.
All right, so let's do this. Let's remove this item from the consent agenda. We're going to put it on the regular agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Well, you have to remove this I'm sorry, you did already.
I already removed it. So
I
now I'm
apologize.
asking to approve the consent agenda without the retail strategy on it. Got a motion?
Second.
Got a second. No other discussion, all in favor? Okay, so that motion carries. The consent agenda has been approved, and so now we're going to go back into discussing the retail strategies.
So I'll take any other.
And I think that Commissioner Wilson had a question, and then we'll get Commissioner Robinson.
Statement
A
and a
statement.
question. Josh, first of all, thank you and your board and staff for taking on this project. But I got a question for the county manager as well. Where is the chamber in all of this?
So that's a great question, and it's been a question that Josh and I have had internally in terms of multiple roles that need to be played. Obviously, this morphed out of many conversations with, as Chair Harrell has indicated, with our mayors, the chair, county managers, city managers, and administrators in our development authority. And typically something like this would morph out of those intergovernmental retreats that we've had with the chamber. They've been very successful in the East Square in talking through what we envision as a county and something that they can certainly market the county with. I will say that I have not had any conversations with the chamber regarding this. This has been a process that has been going on for maybe over a year, because we did initially solicit this group to do some initial work so that we could provide that feedback to the cities in terms of getting their buy-in. But I can tell you that I have had no conversations with the chamber in terms of their role. Ultimately, I don't think it's too late to have those conversations. I think it's important for us to at least get the ball rolling on this piece and then figure out where we can help bring them in and plug them in. Because I do know that when we talk about retail strategy, one of the concerns that I've heard from some commissioners is making sure that we don't leave out those small businesses. And I think the chamber has had a really huge focus on the small business piece. So what we can do is make sure that part of this agreement and the work that they do, that there is some focus on those small businesses. So I don't think that the opportunity has passed us by. But there has been no dialogue, at least from my office, with the chamber.
Can I add one point? Can I add one comment to that? I do sit on the chamber board per my office, and there are some discussions within the board membership about the chamber coming into this, but it just hasn't risen to a level of a formal offer and proposal yet. But there is conversation.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Robinson.
That was part of my piece. Definitely having the chamber involved, because I have watched the meetings, and some things that I just want us to be, you guys to be cautious of when accepting things that they want detailed. Okay, it has to work both ways, and I don't want to get all into it.
Yep.
But it works both ways. Okay. I do know you guys have a good board, and it's just a matter of communicating. Chairs of the board, yourself, because we all know when the dollars come down from the state, it comes to the county. We already know that, right? But when those dollars are coming down, you have a good board to be able to have those discussions. And whatever the city chairs, whoever they are, they need to be at the table. And like, Commissioner Wilson said, even with the chamber, everyone should be at the table. But I just want to make sure that it's an even playing field, and making sure that someone is saying they expect this of our development authority, and we're not saying we expect the same. Okay? So I just want to make sure that we're cautious with that, Josh, and so they'll know that the county is going to do everything in the best interest for all parties involved. And I just want to leave it at that.
Commissioner England.
What happens to those cities who elect not to be a part of this as far as contribution? Are they left out? Are those that make contribution given priority? Because if I'm making an investment in something and someone else is not, I would hope that my voice might be louder at the table.
Yeah, so those who, anything that we do is the benefit of everybody. That's the bottom line. That's what we're set up. That's what countywide EDOs are set up.
That's why successful counties have one EDO shop in their county. It's a really interesting article about Fayette County and one of their cities who set up a development authority as a total disaster and came back in, and now they've got data centers and movie studios and everything else once they got back on the same page. With all that said, retail strategies will prioritize on who's investing in there. You know, we'll have to cross that bridge if something pops up and it's in one of those cities and evaluate that. I think our goal going forward is that we want this to be successful, or they want to come back in and, you know, wise up, if you will, and see the light of what is going on. But part of that, too, is some of them have not even given an opportunity to us or our board to have those discussions. So I want to be clear on that as well, too. Very clear on that.
Commissioner England, so the allocation does not increase for the county because the cities initially were counted in the total cost. The Development Authority and Josh's board has elected to take on any of those increases as a result of all 4 cities not participating for year 1.
Right. Year 1, and this is just year 1 because part of the agreement is those who participate, we got to come together and make sure that we're satisfied before we go into year 2, that we have progress.
And so again, I just want to reiterate that initially this started off as a simple discussion between the mayor, their city managers, myself, the county managers. What can we do to bring different type of retail industry into the county? You know, people, you know, our residents have to drive to the north side of Atlanta for a lot of the amenities that we feel like that we should have here. So we were just trying to figure out what do we need to do to make them come to our side, because we spend money too. And so I think it kind of got blown out of proportion, and I'm sorry that it did, but at the end of the day, we want to know from the county perspective what it is that we need to do from the county perspective. And I think that the cities wanted to know specifically what could they do within their jurisdictions. And so each person would get their own report. And from that report, they could make whatever decisions that they need to make. But those that don't want to participate, then that's okay. We're okay. We're going to move forward regardless, because we need to know what we can do for our residents in the county. And so that's really what this is all about. Commissioner Thomas.
I think you did a good job. Trying to mellow out of there. I do. I'm not going to mellow out of it like that. We often hear the city and the county does not work together. I have been personally accused of that when I have personally went to work with cities. This is a wonderful opportunity to allow city and county to work together. They should find a way to have a representative at your table. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Sharon Matthews, for saying, here we are ready to work. Thank you, Madam Chair, for trying to make it nice and sweet like peach cobbler. But this opportunity should not be overlooked. And shame on any city that does not put a candidate there to work with you all. No, we should not say, well, just let them do what they want to do. This is a county. Every city sits in the county. Everything has a domino effect on each other. And we must do things to complement each other's growth, each other's financial stability, making sure employment is in place, making sure retailing is in place. So I won't give them a back door to say, well, you all know that's how they are. No, no back door. Get your butt up and do government. And this is government. So I want to thank you all for the work that you all do. And these cities need to be compelled to say, take advantage of this opportunity to work together and stop that old scenario. The commissioners won't work with us. That's a lie. Because this commission has been there to work with you with budgets and with money. And you have a chair now saying she offered to do the same thing. So we have a commitment to pay for this person, and I'm assuming, to do this work, correct? And we've committed to it. And you've committed to taking the overflow for that. How in the world can any city sit in a silo, isolated, and not be a part of this? It shows their inability to lead their city forward. Now that's on video, so go forward.
All right, can I get a motion to approve the retail strategies?
A motion to approve.
I second.
Got a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, all in favor? Okay, all right.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you all. Motion
Yes,
carries.
thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. The next item on the agenda is an annexation. This is not a public hearing. Toussaint, you're going to come up and present the annexation for the city of Locust Grove.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and the Henry County community. Yes, ma'am. So the city of Locust Grove has received a request to annex approximately 6.4 acres of land on the intersection of Highway 42 and Canup Road. This map here shows the everything in green is the city. In the highlighted area you see with the outline in green with the, I guess, kind of gray looking hashes in it is the person, or is the property that's trying to be annexed. It's two different parcels. The owner actually owns, so I'm gonna show you this piece here. So this is already in the city. So they're just trying to complete the, I guess you can call it a modified rectangle. So they could move forward with any type of development they choose to do at in that particular location. This is the future land use map, and it does show low density residential. Currently, the zoning classification is M1, which is light manufacturing, and the city of Locust Grove, it will have the equivalent M1 zoning for that district. The application material provided does not propose any development for the subject property at this time. Therefore, staff's opinion that the annexation request would not create a significant change in the surrounding land use and the future land use designation for the property. I'll take any questions.
Okay, any questions from anyone?
I just want to ask a question.
Yes, ma'am.
The annexation does include including the roads and the ditches and the trees and everything that go with it, correct?
So, wrong way.
And I know that sounds ridiculous, Toussaint,
No,
but I'm hearing now, oh, we annexed the land, but we didn't annex the roads. You want us to take care of the roads when you took in 200 homes.
Right.
200 homes with taxes, 200 homes with all these other things that goes to you as a city, but you didn't annex the road in.
Yes,
I'm hearing
ma'am.
all type of crazy stuff like that. So does it include the roads, the trees, the ditches, and everything?
Well, that's a great question. So right now it's vacant land. So, and fortunately, Highway 42 is
a state route.
Is a state route here. So the question is, I guess, do they take this part of the road?
Is that a road now?
That is a road now, yes, ma'am.
Okay, then, so they gotta take the road.
So how do we make that happen?
Is the rest of that in the yellow in the city, or is that in the county?
Let me go back to the map here.
Is the yellow, is that,
So
this is the county?
So everything in the green is city.
Okay, so
So
across, where the road runs and across the street and further down is in the county, still in the county?
Right here, yes, ma'am. This is our county.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So the white is the county?
Yes,
so
ma'am.
on the left-hand side, in the white area, that's the county?
Yes, ma'am.
So they're gonna try to close the road.
And so is this road here now?
Canup Road is there. It's an existing road.
It is there now?
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
And what are they proposing to do with this? Because I know in the zone,
It's zoned M1, but they have, in the application, they did not mention what the proposed use would be.
But they were going to keep it to M1, I think, from the information that I read.
Yes, ma'am.
So it will probably be some type of manufacturing,
Possibly.
which means trucks, which means
Roads.
roads.
Why don't you just donate them to
if we're on one side of the street and they're on the other side, county manager, who's responsible for the road?
So it's a state, are we talking about
No,
Canuck
I'm talking
Road?
about that side road.
I recall there being legislation in place, and Mr. Kirk, you have to correct me, that now for any annexation, it has to include the frontage of the roadway. So that would mean that the city would be on the hook for any improvements. The other part of that is because we have a service delivery strategy, our maintenance agreements and roadway improvements are based on the LMEG mileage that they report. So if they are reporting this road, then they're responsible. If we're reporting the road, then we're responsible. Is that, oh wait, sorry. Mr. Simmons left. I was going to confirm with him. But that is the way our service delivery strategy is structured. It appears, based on what Mr. Kirk has put up, that they're just showing that parcel of land and not the road. So we'll need to reaffirm and reconfirm that they will be responsible for that. And if we need to, and I don't know if this is something the county attorney can assist with, obviously on the ones that we can't object to, if we just send them notification that it is our understanding that they will be responsible for the road mileage and just put that in writing to the respective cities. But I do believe legislation change that now requires any new annexations to include the roadways, because previously cities just annexed to the property line and then we were responsible for maintaining the roads.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we'll double check that.
I mean, so what does that mean for today? Because you're asking us to vote on the annexation, but you can't tell me about the road.
Even without the issue regarding the road, it doesn't necessarily provide the county with a means to object, with a valid reason to object.
Correct.
But if legislation says that they have to take the roads too, then it should be part of the annexation.
So not necessarily, Chair, because all you all are doing is approving the annexation. And if there's legislation that states that, then any maintenance for that roadway will be deferred to the city. So if there is a pothole issue and we determine that, hey, this is a city road, we'll notify the respective residents that, hey, you need to contact the city's public works department, which is what we're having to do a lot of now because of annexations that are occurring, where the public in the past has assumed that, hey, look, the county is responsible, but we are not responsible for roadways that are within the municipal boundaries. And that is, again, based on our service delivery strategy that we have in place.
Okay.
And just to be clear, we're talking about only this portion of the road.
I don't,
right?
Yeah, just that portion,
okay. All right. Just make
right.
Sure.
And you bring up a good point, because we have several roads where 50% or 60% of it may be in the county and 40% may be in the city. And in cases like that, if there are improvements to the roadway, we have worked with the cities on doing joint improvements. We do an agreement internally, and then if the city is contracting out to have that work done, they will inquire to the county if we're interested in participating. So this may be a situation where if that road needs improvement, the county would take care of their portion and the city would take care of their portion.
And we've done the whole road and sent the city of Locust Grove a bill, and they would pay their portion of the road.
Absolutely. Before we proceed, we always check in. We recently did one in Hampton. I think it was South Main Street. I may be wrong on the street, but we recently did a similar project in Hampton.
Yeah, we did the same thing on Hampton Locust Grove Road as well.
All right. Good.
Not, I'm sorry, it would be Bill Garner Parkway area, so.
All right. We good, Chair?
I'm good. Can I get a motion?
No vote needed.
Oh, I don't need no vote?
No
okay, so what are we doing? We don't need to do anything?
No, you only have to vote if there's an objection.
Oh, okay, well, okay.
All right, thank you.
You good, Johnny? Okay. All right. Next item on the agenda is Planning and Zoning RZ-23-01. It's a public hearing HSHA LLC of John Creek requests a rezoning from RA residential to C1 neighborhood commercial. Come on.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, board members, and citizens of Henry County. The rezoning request in front of you is for property located along North Henry Boulevard and Brown Road at 3818 North Henry Boulevard. The property is currently zoned RA, residential agricultural. The parcel is 1.653 plus or minus acres, and the applicant is requesting a rezoning from RA to C1 neighborhood commercial for the use of a gas station and convenience store. The subject property is highlighted on green on all of the maps in this slide. The future land use designation is commercial, but the current zoning is RA. This slide shows the proposed site plan for the gas station and convenience store. What's noticeable about this slide is this 40-foot buffer from residential properties with a 6-foot fence also installed. That's code requirements as well. The applicant is requesting a rezoning of 1.65 plus or minus acres from RA to C1. The future land use map is commercial and does support the rezoning request. The request is also supported by ULDC Section 4.03.09 Supplemental Standards for Gas Stations. The subject property is located within the boundaries of the Highway Corridor Overlay District, and the development will be required to comply with the development standards. Based on the survey and the site plan, the subject property will have no issues meeting Highway Corridor standards. Here are some elevations of the building that is being presented. On February 9th, 2023, the Zoning Advisory Board recommended approval of the applicant's request. Staff also recommends approval of the applicant's request with the 4 conditions on the screen. As this property is within the Highway Corridor Overlay District, and it does also have supplemental standards just for gas stations, there's not a need to put a ton of conditions on this rezoning. Most of it will be handled through the code. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Okay, and so this this area is it's on North Henry Boulevard. So, give me a perspective of what we're talking about that's along this corridor.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to go back to these property maps. So, if we're looking at this larger map here, this hash spot here is the subject property. Right across the street is a used car lot. The quarry, the big quarry is here, and it's white. That is a city property, zone property. And you have numerous older businesses. Some of them are in, structures that look like houses, but they're actually commercial, but they're zoned M1. So it's kind of a hodgepodge of mixes here. This particular intersection of Brown and North Henry Boulevard could use some redevelopment. We think putting a building that looks like this on that corner could help spur that development and bring some, more strict standards to that intersection.
Okay, Commissioner Robinson, this is your district.
Can you give me the name of the gas station?
They haven't proposed it yet to us, no ma'am.
Okay, because your colors show differently, so
the colors are insinuating BP, but I don't know if that's their end goal. That would be a question for the applicant.
Okay, I'll wait to have that question.
Okay. All right. So this is the public hearing, correct, Stephanie? Okay. So this is a public hearing. Persons wishing to speak in favor of the request, including the applicant, have a collective total of 10 minutes to address the board. Is there anyone here representing the applicant that would like to come forward and speak?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Nancy Wasden. I'm the attorney for the developer, Mr. Ali, who is here as well to take questions. Staff did a very good job of reiterating what we're looking at with this project as far as what the community looks like, what the building proposal looks like. To address the question that was just raised, it's undecided as far as the branding of the station itself, and Mr. Ali intends to conduct a survey, like a community survey, to see what would service the community best. I wanted a minute just to reiterate some aspects of this project that I think would be helpful to know. Mr. Ali and his family have actually been developing these types of sites for years, like 20 years, all over Atlanta. I have seen those over time, and the thing is, it becomes a spot in the community where people connect. You wouldn't think so, but I've seen it where people will get their coffee together in the morning. They start to see the same people. They like the same candy bar, and they're picking out birthday cards for their kids. So it really is becomes a place of community that you might not think quite the same. Even the last one, I saw a single mom who lived across the street come get a job at the station, and she could walk to work, and it really changed her life as far as with caring for her kids and everything. So Mr. Ali really has an eye for selecting successful sites where these sorts of things will function well because he's been doing it so long. Let me see, the site has met all the developed standards, has the support of the staff, the planning board, and current owner. The current owner is also here, and I believe she'll want some of your time as well to speak in support. The site itself is also not very conducive to any other type of commercial development. The way the setbacks are that we pointed out, and just the shape of it, this is it's well suited for this and not necessarily anything else. In addition, there was an underground pond that was requested that is in the plan that will be done, as well as any other type of compliance required, of course. The current owner, as I said, you may see her. She's a longtime resident of the county, and this is her family land and has been. All of her sisters are part of this project. They've been waiting for quite some time to see how this is all going to go. They are in need of these funds, and she actually owns the parcel behind it and will be remaining not only a member of the community, but of that section right there. She'll probably come get her coffee there every now and then. So we respectfully ask that the variance is granted. I'm available for questions.
Okay.
Will you be able to tell me what type of station that will be?
Not at this time. Do you want to say anything?
Come on up. Come on up.
Yeah,
Come
that determines.
Join the family. Where's the owner at? Where's the land owner? I want her to come up too.
Right here. This
Come
is
on
Miss
up,
Strickland.
Come on up, Mr. Ali.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sean Ali. To address your question, I'd like to do like a site impact study, and then I pick the brand. So we run it across all various brands, and whichever comes in the best and highest use for that location is what we end up using. We have connections with all the major oil brands. But to answer your question, no, it has not been decided yet.
Okay. And the reason why I ask, because we have several of those in that area.
Right. Yeah, no, and that's why we do the study, is because if there's a lot of them, or even there's one next to us, we don't put that brand in.
Okay. You got a question? D?
I have 3 questions for staff. Is district?
I'm Rod Oglesby, Realty.
Okay.
It's hard to hear in here.
He has a question for him.
He has a question for staff. Can you hold off for a minute, Mr. Oglesby? Hold off for a minute.
Okay, go ahead.
So, District 1 and District 3 has been working with staff on putting certain parameters together for gas stations moving forward, just to improve overall quality. Did y'all take a look at working to move the pumps at an area that's not as seen? Is that possible on this piece of property?
So we discussed it with the applicant amongst staff. Where the actual pumps, if we were to move the pumps from here back here, the property owner still lives here. Those pumps and those canopies, they produce a lot of light. So we really do that on a case-by-case basis. If this was backing up to more commercial uses, then we probably would put the pumps on the backside, but we're not trying to impact anyone's quality of life, especially considering we have the buffer here as well as the fence. We don't want to put lights back there to disturb the property owner, and also here as well.
Okay. Second question is the canopy that y'all were showing in the picture. I know it's not, I understand that. My question is the canopies we've been working at in District 1 and District 3 match the building. Is that something that y'all would be willing to do to make it match the architecture of the building instead of look like a bright neon sign when you're going down the road?
Yes, sir. So part of that is these posts here also match the stacked stone on the building itself. Now, I don't want us to get thrown off by the color and the brightness of that because the end user hasn't been decided. But when they come to us for their sign plans and their sign permits, that's something staff looks at as well, just making sure everything blends correctly.
Okay, and the third point is we have worked also in putting the ice machines, propane tank holders and stuff in an area that is not seen directly from the road. Is there a place that y'all have been able to identify where those can be hidden, where those aren't seen right at the front of the building?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They're going to build it indoors.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Okay. So then that commercial building would really kind of, I mean, I like the architecture and the stone of that building, and it will be a huge upgrade for what's in that area. But yeah, okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry that go ahead.
All right, I'm Rod Oglesby Realty. This is just a follow-up to what you all were talking about 10 minutes ago. She smiled, neat smile. You want to improve the county. We need to improve the east side of Stockbridge. This would be a good location for something. This would be something like a QT gas station, a nice gas station. We need that on the east side of Stockbridge. I've been in Stockbridge for 40-something years, and we've watched the west side develop, QT gas stations, Walmart, CVS's, Bank of America, Wells Fargo. But nothing is happening on the east side of Stockbridge. This would be something to start it, to be good for it, and to help it. And nobody's against it. I have 5 petitions here of the neighbors around there where they're not against it. And this is just a good step in the direction of Stockbridge. The lady that lives there, and she'll be up here, needs to sell it. She's living on Social Security. She needs some money to live on. And there's just a double-wide mobile home on the property now. Let's put a nice QT gas station on there and help the east side of Stockbridge develop and look better. And you all in a position to do that today. And I hope that you will consider doing it. Thank you very much.
I'm not real good at this, so I get real nervous.
Come on, can you put the mic down so she can?
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
Is that better?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I try not to holler at you, but like I said, I get nervous at this, so I'll try to tell you how I feel. This is my mother's property. I'm executor. I live next door. It's my house next door, and I'll be living there and trying to keep him straight. But I believe he'll be a good boy there, and he's going to have a good business there. And I've been in Henry County for 83 years. All 5 of my sisters and myself were raised in Henry County. And it's my home there, and that's where I want to stay. But we do need something to look a little better around there. No one is going to buy that property as a residential. It's just got too much traffic on that highway. The other side of the road completely is already commercial. And they're moving over the car lot the bottom driveway opens right up into my driveway coming out of my house. But that's okay, it doesn't bother me. And this is my sister, Joy, and she's living in the mobile home now to keep the property cut and halfway decent there. So, I mean, she's gonna have to find someplace else to go, but we'll make it, that's no problem. But I'll let you ask her that. And please, I've been praying so many years. Mom's been gone since 2005. And it's just not gonna be a residential place there. It just can't be. And this just really looks like a nice place there. And like I said, I like to buy lottery tickets, and I'll be going up there buying some more. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get my leg going again.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
I just have to say ditto to everything my sister just said, and we would appreciate it so much if you'd pass this for us. Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas.
I will agree that this area does need an upgrade. You all can have a seat, please. I'm very familiar with it. My concern is that Henry County doesn't have enough here to protect the county. There are 2 parcels right now in District 4 that were bought years ago in the same type of situation, I think. And then another politician stated, I put a gas station in these areas that were approved 7 years ago. And one, I think, 10 years ago. Because there were no policies in place saying when they could build, what type they can build, whatever they can do. Then now that there's progressive things coming in the area, they're really coming putting a second-class station in the area that's bringing down the work that I'm doing presently. I don't think we should approve anything without a direct commitment. I don't believe in your word. I need a piece of paper, sir. I don't want to know, guess about will it be VP, mobile, QT, or what. I don't want to guess about it. There need to be a commitment on paper. Because once we give this zoning, he can come and put one gas station up there, just one filler tank, and said, I fit the zoning, and call it ground floor gas station. He's not committed to this. This is just a like. Remember the word, like a QT, like a BP, connected with all kinds. No, we need a commitment as to what it is. Exactly what it is. So we would know exactly what's going in that area. If not, we'll have the same situation I have in District 4. 2 gas stations coming, have changed names several times, have changed owners several times because they buy these plots of land, get them zoned by us emotionally, then they flip it from one seller to the next, and 6 and 7 years down the road, we'll finally see somebody trying to build. So I think we do need to upgrade that area, but only with a full commitment, signed paperwork as to what it actually will be. If you haven't finished your research as to what it will be, you need to come back. If you haven't got a contract with someone saying this is what it will be, you need to bring it back. I am for the conversion of the zoning, but I'm not for giving them a free zoning, hoping that they would do the right thing. We have seen too many times they have not done the right thing. And the county is suffering because of that. No, I don't want you to tell me you're going to do it. Bring the paper back. Make sure it's signed. And then you give it to our representative. He can say then, this is exactly what's going there. And then we have something to solidify and protect this space and protect this county, because that has not been done. And we don't have anything on our records that says you have to build in 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. We need to find a way to make sure that when we do these zonings, they are required to build within a certain length of time, so they can't keep flipping it, and then we end up with whatever happens in the end. There is no end use here. We're getting similars, we're getting promises, we're getting emotional, but there is no end use and there is no commitment here. That's what I'm concerned about.
So we're still in a public hearing, and those that wish to speak in opposition, please come forward. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Okay, having no one come forward to speak in opposition, Kamal, I just have a couple questions for you. If we approve this today, can we approve it to this particular plan that you have up here and then put some stipulations in place that it will have all of the things that we are requesting or that was talked about today?
Yes, ma'am. So condition 3 of the zoning conditions state that it has to be built in substantial conformity with the elevations and the site plan. Also, they have to go through an architectural design review with staff as well to make sure that they're doing exactly what they said they were going to do. The issue we have with some of these legacy zonings is that a lot of the legacy zonings don't have conditions. They've been zoned forever. They're blanket. They don't have a site plan you can go and look at or a building elevation you can go at. This isn't exactly the situation with this piece here. Because we're actually in the process of rezoning it, we can dictate the rules, such as architectural review, such as actually presenting what the building has to look like when it's all said and done. Now, as far as finding an end user, sometimes that can be a little difficult because gas stations or commercial businesses don't want to commit if they don't know the zoning is going to go through. So those are contracts and papers that need to be signed and money moved around without a guarantee that the zoning actually is going to be C1 commercial. So sometimes, not all the time, what you have is rezonings that the zoning needs to go through first. So that way the applicant can then go and solicit it out. But they still have to play by these rules that we have written down because it's a signed agreement from the Board of Commissioners.
And so from the applicant, if this is approved today, when are you looking to start construction? 2 months? Yeah, are you? Come up and talk to us. We don't want you to wait 10 years, so we're just trying to figure out when would you start?
Yeah, so a couple of things. That building is committed. We actually, that's what we're committed to. So it's going to look like that. Yeah, it's going to look like that.
All right.
The brand, as he said, we can't do a commitment because we need the zoning first. We have to go through contractual stuff. Construction-wise, we're thinking of starting this in about 3 years. So should be done. And I do the development myself, so it takes me about a year to do this stuff. So that's pretty much the guideline, about 3 years or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
It should be done by the 4th year.
Okay.
Any other questions for me?
I have a question.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
If that commitment of 3 years is not kept, do they lose that zoning? Does it come back? Does it come back before us? How is that managed? And Madam Chair, I'm being a stickler because I think you know of the 2 properties that we're having problems with now.
Right.
So I want to make sure that doesn't happen again.
So if
and
it is
this is Commissioner Robinson's district, so we want to make sure that she has say in what she wants in her district as well.
So thank you. I appreciate that. So we do have some concerns, and I do listen to those concerns. I think this has been going on for several years now. So this is nothing new, right? So some of the commissioners know that this has come forth and could have asked questions previously, okay? But I do see in this area, and I can agree with Mr. Oglesby, that we do need to enhance it. I did have a concern about having so many gas stations, but this one is taking it to the next level. If we're going to go by this design in that area, I did speak with some of the, I think the homeowner. I did speak with her, and I thank staff for you all taking me out there because I did have some questions, so that way I can see the area and see exactly where you're going to place this. With that being said, Kamal, I do want to echo, even with Commissioner Thomas saying, we want to make sure that we're not putting gas stations in the area to where this area is going to just go down, right? We're trying to enhance and possibly looking in the future doing a community improvement district in that area as well. So that will kind of help all the other businesses to see what we're trying to do in that area. I do want to make sure that when you are doing this study, that we are picking or receiving a top-notch owner or gas station for this. I really want to stress that when you're doing so. But, other than that, I just know you have to have the approval to be able to put it out there. But I did want them to know that we are looking to improve that area. We have a manufacturing company. We have other local businesses that are looking to thrive even further in the future. So I just want to make sure that we're considering all of that and being good neighbors when you're coming. But I do like that design. And I just want to make sure that, Kamal, that we're keeping it in that manner or even better.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I can commit to the design of the building. I can't commit to the brand. That's just something I can't do.
We understand that.
Yeah, and time-wise, it takes a year or so just to get plans approved and go through the process. But, within 3 to 4-ish years, that's the goal on this project. Obviously, it's economy related. If the economy goes down and no one has any money to build, then there's really not much I can do. But withstanding the situation as it is, yes, that's the commitment we're making.
Well, that whole area is a commercial corridor, even though you may have a few residents there. But, I know Commissioner Robinson, you had talked about a CID, developing a CID in that area from the city limits, on up. And so that may be something, Kamal, that we can get together and get with Commissioner Robinson and just kind of see how we can really make that area, enhance that area to make it better. And maybe even working in conjunction with the city of Stockbridge. I know that they are also looking to do some things on that corridor as well to develop their downtown area. So we just want to make sure that what comes into the county is good development. And so, with that said, if there are no other questions or comments, can we get a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve.
Got a motion. Can we get a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. There's no further discussion. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Next item on the agenda is Carter and White of Jackson, Georgia. Request a rezoning of RA residential ag to C1 neighborhood commercial.
Good morning again, Chair, Vice Chair, board members, and citizens of Henry County. The second rezoning is for property located at 498 and 526 Fairview Road. The property is currently zoned RA, and the applicant is requesting a rezoning to C1 for a medical office complex. The subject property is highlighted on green on each map and is nearby various commercial and RA properties. And the future land use designation of the property is mixed use, which would support the C1 zoning district. This slide shows the latest site plan received by staff. Based on this site plan, the property is developable as presented and meets highway corridor and C1, or rather can meet highway corridor and C1 zoning standards. The site plan is only a conceptual plan and will need to meet all development standards at the time of permitting. This slide provides examples of the type of modern architecture staff is recommending for this particular site. These examples will be used as inspiration during the architectural review if the rezoning is granted. The applicant is requesting to rezone 5.56 plus or minus acres from RA to C1 for medical office use. Currently, the subject property are developed with single-family residences. Any proposed commercial or office use for the subject property would require commercial zoning district. The subject property is within the limits of the Highway Corridor Overlay District and will be required to meet those standards. Again, the future land use map is mixed use. As the development is still conceptual in nature, staff has outlined conditions for site plan and architectural control to be determined and agreed upon before the issuance of all permits. On May 25th, 2023, the Zoning Advisory Board recommended approval of the applicant's request. Staff is recommending approval of the applicant's request with 7 conditions. I want to make notation of conditions 2 and 3 specifically. So they read that an architectural design and site plan review shall be conducted with Henry County Planning and Zoning and Building and Plan Review Departments before the application of any permits for all phases and uses, and architectural design and site plan approval shall be determined by the Board of Commissioners following review with Henry County Planning and Zoning and Building Review Departments before the application of any permits. So to echo some of the concerns that we had in the previous rezonings, and just rezonings that are happening lately, while they don't quite have an end user yet, while we don't know exactly what the site plan will look like, certainly it'll look better than what's presented because staff will have a hand in it. This still has to come back before the board. So they just need the zoning now to go and solicit the end user. But based on these conditions, they'll have to come back before staff and before the board for architectural plans and site plan review. So you still have an eye on everything that's going to go there.
And so is there a time frame on this?
No, ma'am. But if it's the pleasure of the board, you can always add one.
Okay, isn't this a project that former Commissioner Bruce Holmes was involved in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioner Robinson, this is your district.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So we've had discussion in reference to this, and I do like the conditions and things that you have stated in our conversation. So I don't have any further right now until.
I would like to see a time frame put on this one.
Okay. We can say 5 years to the date of zoning.
Okay.
And I can add that to the conditions
Okay.
before you sign it.
If you would do
Yes,
that.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to come and speak in favor, including the applicant, please come forward. You have a collective total of 10 minutes.
Well, 5 minutes would be good afternoon. Thank you so much for your service. This is brutal. We're targeting a medical complex. I am under several NDAs. I can discuss that I can't discuss who it is, but I'm telling you, it's brand names, and we don't know the target. For us, we'd like to say from the interest that we've got, we'll be done in 3 years, but who knows? You know, it's that kind of thing. This guy right here is a credit to Henry County. He's worked with me and he's been tough on me, but he's got the best interest, and I agree. These building designs are exactly some of the ones that we're targeting. We've been in discussions for a year. Other than that, I did speak with Commissioner Robinson, and I thank you for that. And I think you've toured the site and all in the overlay district has been done there. So we're excited about it. We've got neighbors across the street that are already there that have expressed some interest in expanding. So if you've got any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
No.
Thank you.
I do want to say, yes, we did have the conversation, and I also want to publicly say that this development was going on before me, so I'm not here to stop, as it's been stated, outside of here. So if there's good developments and if it has already been approved, I'm not stopping anything. And I just know that there's certain things that I do like, and I've expressed that with staff, and they'll share that with you. And as the conversation you and I had as well.
Yes, ma'am.
So other than that, I mean, I'm wanting to make a motion, if we don't have any,
Public
right, I
hearing.
understand.
Okay.
But once we get through that, just to know where I stand with this.
Okay,
Okay?
all right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anyone wishing else coming to speak in favor of the project, please come forward. Anyone here that wants to speak in opposition of the project, please come forward. Okay. Public hearing is concluded, and so now I'd like to call for a motion.
Approve.
Got a motion, is there a second?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
To interrupt. If you need to make the motion to approve with the 5-year limit, you'll need to make that motion.
Make a motion to approve with a 5-year, for the date to finish, I guess.
Yes, ma'am. And so the way
For the
staff will
zoning.
write it, it'll say something along the lines of, the applicant has 5 years of the date of approval to come back to the board for further discussion and recommendation.
Okay.
So it'll be something along those lines. They wouldn't have their zoning revoked, but they
Right.
would have to come back to the
Yeah.
board.
Okay,
That's
so
fine.
5 years, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Got a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. There's no further discussion, all in favor? Motion carries, thank you.
Thank you.
Stephanie, do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay, no one signed up for public comment. Can I get a motion to approve the June 20th, 2023 regular scheduled BOC meeting minutes?
Motion to approve.
Motion?
Second.
Got a second. No discussion, all in favor? Okay, thank you. Our next upcoming meeting is August the 14th, 2023. That is on a Monday at 6:30 p.m. It is a regular scheduled BOC meeting. I'd like to call for a motion for us to enter into executive session to discuss personnel matters and litigation. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor? Okay, we will go into executive session, and then we will reconvene after executive session. call for a motion to, okay, good. Okay. I'd like to call for a motion to reconvene from executive session.
I move that we reconvene from executive session.
Second, he did.
Got a motion and a second? Okay, all right. And we added property acquisition from the executive session. Okay, so I need to get an approval of the affidavit and resolution pertaining to the executive session, which included personnel matters, litigation, and property acquisition. Right?
Yes, I'm sorry. You added property acquisition, but when we reconvened, we did a first and a second, but I don't know if we did a complete vote.
Okay, all right, so first, second, all in favor to reconvene? Okay. You got it?
Yes.
All right, so now I'd like to call for a motion for the approval of the affidavit and resolution pertaining to executive session.
Move to approve the affidavit pertaining to executive session.
I'll make a second to that.
Okay, got a motion and a second. If no discussion, all in favor? Okay, motion carried, meeting is adjourned.